Well, what a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been building all week and we're just moments away from kickoff time. Stay tuned for the live action. And the floodlights are shining down on the players here in the Spanish capital of Madrid. We're at the Bernabeu. I'm your match commentator, Derek Ray, at the microphone. And sitting alongside me is the former Arsenal, West Ham and Coventry midfield player, Stuart Robson. And what we have coming up for you is action from Champions League match day 1. It's Real Madrid against Paris Saint-Germain.
Well, thanks, Derek. As always, when you're playing your first match, there's going to be a little bit of anxiety and tension. But these are two decent teams, so I'm expecting a really good game today.
And here's the starting 11 for Real Madrid. Thibaut Courtois begins in goal. Fernand Mendy starts with Lucas Vazquez in the fullback positions. Vinicius Junior starts with Rodrigo out wide. And the main striker today is Kylian Mbappe. And the PSG team looks like this. Gianluigi Donnarumma is the keeper. Achraf Hakimi plays with Nuno Mendes in the fullback positions. Vitor Ferreira starts with Fabian in the centre of midfield. And the lead striker is Ousmane Dembélé. Dembélé. Hakimi. Real losing possession. Oh, this is looking promising. Well, there's the pullback. Hakimi. Very timely interception. Well, who will be the player to decide the outcome, to determine the course of events?
What a chance this is, Derek.
And the keeper's hand does the trick. The touchline for what will be a Real Madrid throw. Mbappe into the middle. Well, no wonder he's smiling. Didn't quite come off for him, though. Dembélé. Now, what can Paris Saint-Germain do from this position? Well, he couldn't worry the keeper with that effort. Hakimi. Moving the ball more than decently, but can they take the lead? Oh, good save. Dembélé tasked with taking the corner. And a simple clearance, a good one. Rodrigo. Are they going to forge ahead? And a goal! Now they've broken through. 1-0 here. Marquinhos. And Fabian. Hakimi. Vitor Ferreira. Here's Fabian. Marquinhos. Nuno Mendes. Fabian. Dembélé on the ball. Ferreira. Here's Marquinhos. Hakimi. Not getting anxious when they have the ball. And he passed the power test. Shame about the accuracy. Kylian Mbappe. And PSG giving it away. Mbappe. Mbappe tries his luck. He can't hold on to it. Well, they're going to be very cross with themselves because that was a wasted opportunity. And PSG pushing forward with options available. Oh, it's a penalty in the opinion of the referee. they'll be able to level this up. An opportunity to level matters. And he finds the net. No difficulties encountered.
Tchouaméni. Rudiger. Aurélien Tchouaméni. And Valverde. Tchouaméni. Rudiger. Aurélien Tchouaméni.
Real Madrid have given it away.
Valverde. Lucas Vázquez. Tchouaméni is with Vinicius Junior. Valverde. Mbappé.
Excellent block. And teammates around him. He'll take this on. Goodness gracious me! How about that for technique? You can't strike them much better than that.
Federico Valverde. Now with Bellingham. Valverde. Tchouaméni.
The ball with Lucas Vázquez. And that is that, half-time. So underway in the second half, it's PSG in front, but a long way from being done and dusted. Marquinhos. Now with Hakimi. Nice ball to switch the point of attack. Marquinhos.
Ferreira. Here's Fabian. Dembele.
Well, the attack carried promise, but petered out. Well, doesn't have to do it on his own. Could be troublesome. And getting in the way of that superb defensive play. Now breaking at pace, potential danger. Well, they need to get bodies back. Cuts it back. And it's in! Beyond the goalkeeper, Real Madrid are level. Marquinhos. Now with Hakimi. And Paris Saint-Germain sloppy in possession.
Ferreira. And Fabian.
Well, we have 30 minutes to go. Takes on the shot. Well, the goalkeeper's life wasn't made quite as difficult as might have been the case.
Tchouaméni.
Real Madrid couldn't maintain possession. Good-looking move. Trying to find the right angle of attack. Oh, that's top-notch goalkeeping, you've got to say.
Aurélien Tchouaméni. Mbappé. Rodrigo. Now with Mbappé.
In position to give them the lead, maybe. Not offside. I rather think he was caught in two minds.
Well, he just needed to go elsewhere with his pass. He showed a complete lack of awareness there.
Committed challenge. Fabian. Well, maybe a good position from which to counter. And nearly a goal after that breathtaking move.
Well, that was counter-attacking football at its very best. Unfortunately, they just couldn't finish it off.
Clear foul, but a Real Madrid advantage. Well, we have 20 minutes left in this game. Lucas Vazquez. On to Rodrigo. Or can they prise them open now? Well, they couldn't keep that sequence going, unfortunately. Hakimi. And Fabian. Very quick thinking there. And he has options available. This looks interesting. Hakimi. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. And level it is in the closing moments. Can Real Madrid change that? Dembele. Could play it in. Well, this could really help the cause. Can they forge ahead? Kylian Mbappe. Can they do something positive on the counter-attack? And Bellingham. And Real couldn't hang on to the ball. Dembele. And acres of space for PSG out wide. Succeeded in blocking it. At this late stage, Real Madrid doing everything in their power to grab a winner. Ferreira. Nice looking pass. Just 1 minute of stoppage time, say the officials. And snuffed out the danger immediately. Could cross it in here. Must take the lead here. Oh, a stellar piece of defending. And that is the whistle for the end of the 90. What an intriguing prospect. A game of high profile featuring two magnificent sides, fully prepared for this massive occasion and fully prepared to make this their big showcase. Well, no doubt about it, gunning for victory. The home side tonight. We're in North London, the home of Arsenal. My name is Derek Ray, and joining me for commentary is Stuart Robson. And it's the opening contest for the two teams in this Champions League season. It's Arsenal, and they take on Real Madrid.
Well, you can sense the anticipation around the ground today. Both these teams would love to get to the knockout stages, so it's always helpful to win your first game.
And this is the Arsenal starting 11. Gabriel Martinelli plays with Bukayo Saka on the flanks. And the idea is to have just the one striker up there trying to pose problems for the opposition. And the starting 11 for Real Madrid. Thibaut Courtois begins in goal. Lucas Vazquez plays with Ferland Mendy in the fullback positions. Rodrigo plays with Vinicius Junior in the wide areas. And lining up through the middle in attack today is Kylian Mbappe. Mbappe. Federico Valverde. Vinicius Junior. On to Rodrigo. And did just enough defensively. And over it comes. Not the most confident clearance. And Bellingham. Now with Vinicius Junior. And there it is! The opening goal! The ideal way to start! William Saliba. Bukayo Saka. Martin Ødegaard. Rice with it. It's with Ødegaard. Jurrien Timber. A real struggle to contain him. Declan Rice. Thomas Partey. Kivior. And here's Saliba. Trossard. It's with Ødegaard. Bukayo Saka. Opportunity. And a very good challenge. Aurelien Tchouameni is with Vinicius Junior. What can Real do from this position? And he takes on the shot. And it's in! Real Madrid firmly in charge here. Jurrien Timber. Declan Rice. Timber. Martin Ødegaard. Gabriel Martinelli. It's with Ødegaard. Partey. Declan Rice. Thomas Partey. William Saliba. Timber. Just trying to keep their opponents on their toes with the passing game. William Saliba. Bukayo Saka. And this would reduce the deficit. Opportunity squandered, and they really need to give themselves a lift.
Well, if they're going to get back into this, they need to take those sort of chances.
Federico Valverde. Vinicius Junior. It's with Vinicius Junior. Real find themselves in a position of menace. Failed to deliver that time. Trossard. promising looking attack, but comes to nothing in the end. Martin Ødegaard. Very alert defending to put a stop to the chance. Lucas Vazquez. Rodrigo. Well, couldn't quite find his teammate. Well, there's a really stylish piece of running. Trossard. Theme emerging of wasted possession. Martinelli. Federico Valverde. Jude Bellingham. And now Rodrigo. And considerable space afforded Real Madrid. Aimed towards Mbappe. And gobbled up with ease by the keeper. Teammates available. Ødegaard. Well, that's going to be all. And off and running again after a dizzying first-half performance by Real. Will we see more of the same in the second 45? Federico Valverde. The ball with Lucas Vazquez. Rodrigo. Rüdiger. Lucas Vazquez. Tchouaméni. Here's Valverde. Real Madrid unable to hang on to the ball. Declan Rice. Partey. Rice with it. And promising stuff from Arsenal. Partey. Bukayo Saka. Not quite the accuracy he was looking for. That'll be a goal kick. Vinicius Junior. Mbappe. Plenty of support here. Given away by Arsenal. Trossard succeeded in blocking it. Might be a chance to break. Mbappe. Well, they couldn't quite use that break in the manner that they'd hoped. Arsenal pushing forward with options available. That's a very fine piece of tackling. Could reduce the deficit. Oh, the goalkeeper inspired.
Yeah, that's a great save. Really good reaction from the keeper.
Can someone get on the end of this? Really fine catch by the goalkeeper. Under a bit of pressure too. Mendy. Valverde. Mbappe. What a brilliant pass. Well, it was close, but offside nonetheless.
Well, it's a matter of inches there, but he just went a fraction too early.
Declan Rice. Partey. Saka. An encouraging Arsenal move. Declan Rice. Looked as though there might be a threat, but not so in the end. Good defending. Well, let's see what they have in store for them on the break. thwarted there following the cross. Electing to shoot. Simple for the keeper.
Well, there it is. Confirmation of Real Madrid's dominance in this game. They've created so many chances today.
And would you know it, another potential opening developing here. Really good challenge. Arsenal move it forward with purpose and control. Saka, making sure nothing untoward happened. Superb tackle. Good example of pressing without the ball. Now, who can he play it to? And the counter looks on here. Options available. There's so many possibilities, but it didn't happen for them. An important interception. Vasquez. Can he find the net? A gift for any goalkeeper. Now the quick counter-attack could be on. And it would have been a sweet end to that counter-attack.
Well, it's a great move. Everything was right up until that final finish.
Martin Ødegaard. Now in possession, Trossard. Plenty of support here. Tremendous block. 5 minutes to go. Rodrigo. Promising looking ball. And just narrowly wide in the end. Martin Ødegaard. Now in possession, Trossard. Now the attack fizzled out. And hit with ferocity! Oh, there it is! A lifeline in this game! And what a finale we could be in for here! Jude Bellingham. So full time it is, and building to a crescendo all week, and very shortly it will be for real. A big night at a great venue, the Parc des Princes, here in the French capital, Paris. My name is Derek Ray, and my commentary partner on this occasion is Stuart Robson. And what we have coming up for you is action from Champions League match day 1. It's Paris Saint-Germain versus Arsenal.
Well, thanks, Derek. As always, when you're playing your first match, there's going to be a little bit of anxiety and tension. But these are two decent teams, so I'm expecting a really good game today.
And the PSG team looks like this. Gianluigi Donnarumma is the keeper. Achraf Hakimi plays with Nuno Mendes in the fullback positions. Vitor Ferreira starts alongside Fabian in central midfield. And the lead striker is Ousmane Dembélé. It's always likely to be the goalkeeper's ball. And this is the Arsenal starting 11. Martin Ødegaard plays alongside Thomas Partey in the centre of midfield. And in this tactical setup, they have just the one player in attack. Oh, good-looking run. Fabian. And the decision offside here. That's a good ball. Well, he stopped them in their tracks. Well, sometimes a player is simply a natural talent. Ousmane Dembélé falls in that category. Stuart, what do you expect to see from him today?
Well, when he's playing well, he can unlock any defence. He can manipulate the ball, see a pass and beat defenders. He'll be key today.
Putting his body on the line. Can he put them in front? Couldn't get it through. Quite the clearance they were hoping for. Well, able to survive that attacking push. Saka. Martin Ødegaard. And with that, the attack fizzles out. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence. Bukayo Saka. Martinelli. Well, danger here as he runs at them. Can they take the lead? And a goal! Now they have their opener, and now they can celebrate. And that was a very fine read. Hakimi. Fabian. Here's Marquinhos. And snuffing out the danger. Marquinhos. And Fabian. Can they open up the defence here? Well, honestly, I didn't mean to jinx them. Just wasn't a very good pass, finally. And Paris Saint-Germain with the ball again. Dembélé. It looked as though it had a chance of going in for the equaliser.
It was close, it was a decent effort, just need to keep plugging away now, and surely the goal will come.
Oh, he looks threatening. And he clears the danger. Clean challenge. And he has options available. Some of the fans are screaming, have a go. Spectacular save. Top-class goalkeeping. Declan Rice. Trossard. Well, a really good run. But a good piece of defending to bring it to an end. Ødegaard. Partey. Gabriel Martinelli. What an important piece of defending. PSG doing well to regain possession. Fabian. And so the half-time whistle has gone here at the park. Well, it's advantage Arsenal after the first 45 minutes, but still a long way from being decided here. Jakub Kivior. Thomas Partey. Kivior. It's with Ødegaard. William Saliba. Martin Ødegaard. Timber. Thomas Partey. Rice with it. And here's Saliba. Saka. William Saliba. Now in possession, Trossard. Martinelli. Declan Rice. Nicely timed tackle. Marquinhos. Pereira. Can they get in behind them? And he read it well defensively. Opportunity to deliver the cross. Well, plenty to like about Bukayo Saka in the first half. Stuart, how would you sum up what we've seen from him?
Well, I thought he had a really effective first half. Not only did he get the goal that gave them the lead, but his general play was really good. He was a constant threat, and I'm sure we'll see more of him in the second half.
Well, a crucial intervention inside the box. Martin Ødegaard. Perfectly positioned to take it away. So a half an hour remaining. It's not going to go down as the prettiest passing sequence we've ever seen. Dembele. Oh, that's a really good run. Well, they're going to be very cross with themselves because that was a wasted opportunity. And successfully cut out. Attacking possibilities for PSG. Well, he's been forced out of play this time. Bukayo Saka. Perfect challenge. Fabian. Dembele on the ball. Well, patient passing could be the key to bringing themselves level. Oh, that's a super piece of defending. And offside it had to be, crystal clear.
Dembele.
And support available. Well, able to close down the shot. And making sure there was no danger in the end. And Arsenal now find themselves in potentially a dangerous position. Good use of advantage in favour of PSG.
Well, if PSG score now, these fans will go what?
Quite possibly a yellow card as their flow was stopped. To conclude, Stuart, an opportunity wasted.
Yeah, and the other players are furious with it, and rightly so. That's such a poor free kick.
And the ball in behind the defenders. Oh, magnificent reaction.
Dembele.
Well read to win possession back.
Dembele.
A long way out here. Oh, from miles out, he's done it. How about that for a pure strike? Terrific technique. Wondrous.
Partey.
10 minutes to go.
Saliba. Gabriel Martinelli. Rice with it.
Well, far from the ideal pass, you've got to say. Only 5 minutes left for play, and tension galore with the teams locked together. And with the teams locked together, Arsenal chasing and chasing that winner.
Well, this is going to be a frantic finish, and the PSG fans have certainly played their part. There's probably one more big chance coming their way, but can they take it?
It's a really poor challenge. Now, what's the referee going to do about it? Martin Ødegaard.
Partey. And the flag was up in good time. It's offside.
Well, he should have realised that was going to be offside. That's a poor decision to play that pass.
If you're wondering about stoppage time, 1 minute to be added on. Well, space for PSG in the wide position. Angles it back. And defensive play to be applauded. And the referee blows.
The atmosphere is building as two sides worthy of the biggest stage get ready to clash in front of a packed stadium. All the action here on EA TV.
Welcome to the world-famous and historic Parc des Princes. I'm Guy Mowbray to bring you commentary along with England legends. Welcome to an iconic stadium in football and in rugby. It's the Parc des Princes in Paris. I'm your commentator, Guy Mowbray, joined by Sue Smith, and we're good to go with match day 1 of the Champions League. It's Paris Saint-Germain, and they take on Real Madrid.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Well, both teams will have high hopes of getting to the knockout stages. You just think a quick start, gaining control of the game early, that's going to be key. Hopefully we'll see a good match.
And so the first half kicks off. Here's how PSG line up. Gianluigi Donnarumma is in goal. Nuno Mendes starts with Achraf Hakimi as fullbacks. Fabian starts alongside Vitinha in midfield, and they're playing with just one up front. This is the Real Madrid starting lineup. Thibaut Courtois is in goal. Lucas Vazquez plays with Ferland Mendy in the fullback positions. Jude Bellingham plays alongside Aurelien Tchouameni in midfield. And the main man up front is Kylian Mbappe. Ivica Kvaratskhelia. Moving the ball around well here. On the wrong side of the defence, offside. Jude Bellingham in the right position to cut out the pass. This could be dangerous. Nuno Mendes. Decent looking attack this. Would work to win the ball and stop something happening. Promising looking ball. What can they do from here? Well, that's what he's there for. It's a good stop. And Real can keep the pressure on with a corner. And the goalkeeper has made it his. Real Madrid trying to get things moving. They'll try his luck. Very, very close, but hit too hard to get the bend that was needed to score. Fabian. Nuno Mendes. Fabian. Good patient build-up, but not quite the end product. Mbappe. Well, it has to be perfectly struck from that distance, and that wasn't.
It wasn't. He's certainly got the confidence to have a go from there, but he gets it all wrong. It's miles away from the target.
Mbappe. Rodrigo. Valverde. Encouraging signs to the attack, but it hasn't led to anything. Ivica Kvaratskhelia. What a chance! Well, it was always rising, and in the end it rose too high. Lovely, incisive ball. But the offside flag has gone up. That's really frustrating for them.
God, it is. It's such a tight offside ball. I thought he timed his run really well. He'd be frustrated because he was in there.
For the lead here. They might get another go here. Possession lost just at the point of something happening. Jude Bellingham. Mbappe. The shot stopped in its tracks. Dembele. A nice cutback. And there's the first goal of the match. Deadlock broken. Tchouaméni. Rudiger. Onto Bellingham. Valverde. Jude Bellingham. Mbappe. Now Tchouaméni. Antonio Rudiger. Bellingham. Vasquez. Now Bellingham. Valverde. Now Tchouaméni. Bellingham. Onto Rudiger. Lucas Vasquez. Rodrigo. Now Bellingham. Tchouaméni. Jude Bellingham. Now this has to be. And he's missed it. Good heavens.
Well, he's got to score that guy. It's a huge opportunity to equalise.
Achraf Hakimi. Good work to recover possession. The ref allowing play to continue. Real moving the ball forward. What can they do from here? Surely the equaliser. And it's in. The goal to get us back to level pegging. That's been cut out. It's too easy. Hakimi. Mendes. Using the space on the opposite flank. Fabian. Goes for goal! From a long way out. Well, that's going to be all for the first half. Off we go for the second half with nothing to separate them. Bellingham. Valverde. Now Bellingham. Aurelien Tchouaméni. Onto Rudiger. Tchouaméni. Onto Valverde. Rudiger. Onto Bellingham. Vinicius Junior. Ball back with PSG now. Hakimi. Vitinha. Dembele. And this could be a terrific tackle. The chance has gone. Vinicius Junior. Dembele. Oh, that's not properly away. Fabian went for it, but it wasn't a bad try. It's been hammered just wide. Well, he's certainly had a decent game so far, or maybe better than that. I think it's fair to say he hasn't disappointed. Offside has been given here. In the right position to cut out the pass. Hakimi. chances won't come too much better than that. Not so much given away as cleverly won. Dembele. Played through nicely. The goalkeeper more than ready for it. It's been delivered. Oh, incredible! Forget about goal of the month. We've just seen it right here. Incredible athleticism. What a strike. And over the touchline it goes. It'll be a throw-in now. Bellingham. Now Vasquez. On Mendy. Now Bellingham. Valverde. Bellingham. Vinicius Junior. On to Rudiger. Mbappe. Jude Bellingham. Vinicius Junior. Kylian Mbappe. He's checked that out nicely. PSG with width here. Dembele. And the danger is cleared. Vinicius Junior. Federico Valverde. On to Bellingham. Vinicius Junior. And it's on now. And ready for it coming his way. Corner kick played in. It's keeper's ball. The cross maybe mishit, certainly misplaced. And that could now come back very quickly. Nuno Mendes. Could turn out to be a really good ball. Dembele. Fabian. Hakimi. But it comes to nothing in the end. Really should have made more of that. Mendy. Bellingham. And that, to me, looked a nasty one. But what does the ref think? They need to find a way to that late leveller, and this could be it. Tchouaméni. Rodrigo. This to level it. Flag up here. Offside. Ousmane Dembele. PSG exploiting the space on the flank. And that's a shame for them, nothing doing. Antonio Rudiger. Kylian Mbappe. Now Hakimi, using his strength well. How to play, throw in to come. A little sloppy on the ball there. On he goes, terrific. And that will do it, full time.
game of colossal importance and a stadium packed to the rafters. We can't ask for any more. How could it be otherwise when two high-level sides go head-to-head and toe-to-toe? This is football out of the very top drawer. Don't go anywhere. All the action coming up next.
Welcome to the iconic Santiago Bernabeu. I'm Guy Mowbray, joined for commentary by Sue Smith, and it's time to kick off the UEFA Champions League season. It's Real Madrid versus Arsenal.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Well, both teams will have high hopes of getting to the knockout stages. You just think a quick start, gaining control of the game early, that's going to be key. Hopefully we'll see a good match.
This is the Real Madrid starting lineup. Thibaut Courtois is in goal. Ferland Mendy plays with Lucas Vazquez as fullbacks. Rodrigo plays with Vinicius Junior in the wide positions. And the main man up front is Kylian Mbappe. This is how Arsenal line up. Gabriel Martinelli starts with Bukayo Saka out wide, and they go with a single striker leading the line. The effort shut out. Bellingham. Valverde. Ferland Mendy. They need to be better on the ball than that. Promising position this. For the lead here. And it's an early lead. A terrific start. Struggling to keep the ball here. Poor pass. Tchouaméni. On to Bellingham. Aurelien Tchouaméni. Federico Valverde. Lucas Vazquez. Now Tchouaméni. A turnaround in possession. Excellent positioning. Lucas Vazquez. Jude Bellingham. Mendy. Bellingham. This is a lovely spell of possession. But maybe one pass too many and they've lost it. Valverde. Oh, good defending, just when it was looking threatening. Decent looking attack, this. Partey. Rodrigo. It's a wonderful piece of anticipation to stop the danger. Jurrien Timber. Played to Martinelli. Well, it did look promising, but threat averted. This looks promising from Arsenal. And that's a great bit of goalkeeping. That's what he's there for. To the box it goes. On either side of the keeper, and it might have been something. Tchouaméni. On to Rodrigo. Edging ever closer to goal here. And that's a shame for them, nothing doing. Rice. Leandro Trossard. Arsenal with the ball again. There could be something building here for Arsenal. Martinelli. Oh, really good goalkeeping there. Corner to come then. And an opportunity to extend this lead. And the ball comes in. Rodrigo. Kylian Mbappe. Federico Valverde. Arsenal come away with the ball. Jurriën Timber.
Arsenal are very much in control over the last 15 minutes. They're making good opportunities too, and you think if they score again, they should go on and win this game.
And maybe another opportunity is in the works here. Goes for goal! And it's been kept out by the tips of the fingers. It's played in now. Well, not quite fully away here. And the move has come to an end. Vinicius Junior. On to Mendy. Vinicius Junior. Arsenal regaining possession. Leandro Trossard. Good ball in behind. That's a lovely ball. There might be something building now. Odegaard. On to Partey. They've lost it there, and the attack is over. And there's the whistle. The second half begins with Real Madrid looking to bounce back. Federico Valverde. Aurelien Tchouameni. Good work from Arsenal to win back possession. It's all a bit too crammed in the thick of it here. Vinicius Junior. On to Bellingham. Valverde. William Saliba. Partey, happy to just keep the ball in their own half. Thomas Partey. On to Odegaard. Jurriën Timber. Martin Odegaard. On to Bukayo Saka. Now it needs a good ball in. Timber. Good patient build-up, but not quite the end product. Well, he's certainly had a decent game so far, or maybe better than that. I think it's fair to say he hasn't disappointed. Could be dangerous, and the keeper could be in trouble. Oh, it's in! A delightful goal, and a moment of sheer quality. Beautiful! Antonio Rudiger. Jude Bellingham. It's gone astray, and it was far too easy. Aurelien Tchouameni. On to Bellingham. And the pass is incomplete. Nicely won. Odegaard. Now Saliba. Partey. Arsenal moving the ball well with real confidence. Rice. Well, he's lost the ball, and any chance has gone. Just needs the composure now. It's in, and this game isn't lost or won just yet. Martin Odegaard. They have the lead, and they're happy just to play keep ball. Odegaard. On to Partey. Saka. Partey. William Saliba. On to Partey. Partey. On to Odegaard. Arsenal trying to get things moving. Thomas Partey. Keeping it nicely here. Disappointing end to a good spell on the ball. Saka. That line of attack is stopped. Odegaard. Timber. This is another good-looking attack. Will it open up for him? Hits the upright. It's broken down and it had looked promising. Switched on and ready to intercept there.
Well, they're unlucky not to be 2 up. It's a decent effort as well. The advantage you just think would have calmed the nerves a bit, I'm sure. But you do feel they still need another goal just to make it a bit more comfortable.
And might they be left to rue that one not going in? Now a sense that a late equaliser could be on the cards. It might still happen. Nothing coming from their play in the end. Right. And we're nearly there now. It's finally poised, but Real Madrid are behind with time running out.
Well, they've just got to keep working till the final whistle and hope it falls for them. Defensively, I'm sure they'll be disappointed, but if they can rescue something...
Just hold on, this could be a goal. And still the chance might come. Martinelli.
Well, that save just about kept them in this, but they do need to create chances of their own, don't they? And quickly, if they're going to get a result here.
Now to play it goes for a throw-in. Saka.
Arsenal are very much in control over the last 15 minutes. They've created a lot of chances too, and you just think if they can make one of them count, there's no way back for the opposition with it being so late on.
And once more, they have the chance to dictate the play. Odegaard. Timber. It's on for the shot! But it's travelled straight into the goalkeeper's gloves. And that...
This is the kind of occasion we all relish as football fans. Well, no doubt about it, gunning for victory. The home side tonight, we're in North London, the home of Arsenal. My name is Derek Ray, and sitting alongside me, ready to provide all the analysis, is Stuart Robson. And it's the opening contest for the two teams in this Champions League season. It's Arsenal against Paris Saint-Germain.
Well, thanks, Derek. As always, when you're playing your first match, there's going to be a little bit of anxiety and tension. But these are two decent teams, so I'm expecting a really good game today.
And a look at the starting lineup for Arsenal. Gabriel Martinelli plays with Bukayo Saka on the flanks. And in this tactical setup, they have just the one player in attack. And here's how the lineup looks for PSG. Gianluigi Donnarumma is the keeper. Achraf Hakimi plays with Nuno Mendes in the fullback positions. Fabian plays alongside Vitor Ferreira in central midfield. And the lead striker is Ousmane Dembélé. Arsenal have given it away. Bukayo Saka. Saka. Martin Ødegaard. So deflection, and it will be a throw-in. Well, PSG have it back now. Rather congested in the middle of the park. Martin Ødegaard. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. Plenty of support here. Well, not precise enough with that attempt at finishing. Martinelli. Thomas Partey. And PSG couldn't hang on to it. Declan Rice. Mendes. PSG looking dangerous. Well, he's been ruled offside. Trossard. Saka. Nicely timed tackle. Still level here, but the pressure escalating. Ødegaard. That is a tackle and a half. Dembélé. Now with Hakimi. Just cutting off the supply. Chance here. Oh, that's a fine save. And the corner played over by Dembélé. Struggled to get it away properly. The cut back. He'll be breathing a sigh of relief. Ball one. Succeeded in keeping it in play. Cleared away comprehensively. PSG doing well to win it back. And a throw-in for Arsenal. Martinelli. The cross is on. Well, he stopped them in their tracks. Well, good run and good ball control. A PSG corner it is, and potentially an opportunity. And they're going for the short one. Plays it back. Excellent block. In a decent position now. This looks more than decent. Fabian. Oh, goalkeeping heroics.
Well, he's done brilliantly there. He's reacted so quickly to that shot.
Might still be problematic. Well, nothing comes of it. Gabriel Martinelli. And the ball in behind the defenders. From long range. Well, an attempt almost from a different postcode and not very far away.
Well, from that sort of range, that's a very decent effort.
Hakimi. He has teammates around him. Ball lost by PSG. Partey. Saka. He read the situation defensively and did his job. Oh, nice ball. He'll have a go here. Well, I must admit it didn't trouble the keeper to the extent that I thought it might. Good weight on that pass. And the flag has gone up, offside. And there it is, the referee's whistle. Well, underway once more, and it's going to be fascinating to see what developments occur in the second half. Vitor Ferreira. Now with Hakimi. Here's Fabian. Hakimi. Dembele. Still on level terms, moving the ball nicely. Oh, he looks threatening. Well, he just couldn't make it happen. And that puts them in position. Well, sometimes they come off for you, sometimes they don't, Stuart.
Well, he didn't get the technique right there, and as a result, he mistimes the contact on the ball.
Minge. And teammates to play it to. And a confident clearance. Maybe room here for the counter-attack. Still a chance. And a foul in the opinion of the referee. Now, what can they do from this free kick situation? And that is a free kick artist at work. What a goal it was. Pereira. Hakimi. Nuno Mendes. Here's Marquinhos. Mendes. Vitor Pereira. And so 30 minutes left for play in this one. Fabian. Mendes. Vitor Ferreira. Marquinhos. Now with Hakimi. Pereira. That's a good-looking shot. Well, in actual fact, it ended up being a simple claim for the keeper. Martin Ødegaard. Saka.
This is a message for Owen Kennedy. Owen, happy birthday.
Well, over the top, and an easy one for the keeper. Good work from PSG to win it back. That's the try. Well, on a good day, that might have gone in for the equaliser.
Yeah, I agree. That was half a chance, I would say. But they still trail here.
Well, Arsenal unable to hang on to the ball. 20 minutes to go. Dembele. And the counter-attack is on. Options available. Effective looking pass. Has eyes for goal. Well, he hit it with authority. Close. Dembele. That's a lovely ball. And a cutback. And that's a very good parry. Perfectly positioned to take it away. Can they hit on the break? Need to get back quickly here.
Well, what an atmosphere we've got inside this stadium. These supporters are doing everything they can to get their team over the finish line.
Promising sequence. Firing it towards goal! Oh, that is a goal from long range. He won't soon forget. Absolutely right out of the top drawer. Hakimi. Here's Fabian. Nuno Mendes. And the Parisians have lost possession. Hakimi. Asking a lot of any player, quite honestly, to score from that position.
Well, I don't need to say too much about that, do I, Derek?
Martin Ødegaard. Well, in terms of added time, a minimum of 1 minute. Martinelli. Has eyes for goal! So full time it is, and Building to a crescendo all week, and very shortly it will be for real. We have all the action for you live. A warm welcome. The fans have plenty of reasons to be excited tonight here in North London. I'm your match commentator, Derek Ray, and ready to provide expert analysis alongside me is Stuart Robson. And every reason to believe we're in for an entertaining match here. It is Tottenham Hotspur up against PAOK.
Well, thanks, Derek, as always. The scene is set, two good teams, a great playing surface and a vibrant atmosphere. It has all the ingredients for a really exciting game.
And Spurs will go with this starting 11. Pedro Porro starts with Jed Spence in the fullback positions. Dejan Kulusevski plays with Rodrigo Bentancur in the centre of midfield. And the striker is the very creative and eye-catching Richarlison. Spurs pushing forward with options available. James Maddison. Mickey van de Ven. Bentancur. And a strong tackle. Andrija Zivkovic. Well read to put an end to that attack. Can he find the right pass? A disappointing end to the move. Tyson. Konstantelias. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. Tyson. Konstantelias. Useful looking position, you've got to say. He cuts it back. Can he put them in front? Given away by Tottenham. This could be troublesome. Oh, could be a chance. And there it is, the opening goal, 1-0, and they'll feel they deserve it. Bentancur. Dejan Kulusevski. Bentancur with it. Van de Ven. And now with Kulusevski. James Maddison. It's with Bentancur. Romero. Mickey van de Ven. Spence. Bentancur with it. James Maddison. Jed Spence. Well, that's how to put in a clean tackle. Chance to equalise. Richarlison. Oh, well hit, but couldn't keep it down. Tyson. Samata. It's with Tyson. Well, this is looking promising. Well, he was eager to have a go, but it didn't work out for him. Richarlison. Foul there. Free kick awarded. You might say the wall did its job. Maddison. Surely. And it nestles in the back of the net. A goal for Tottenham Hotspur, who now are on level terms. Zivkovic. Baba on the ball. Mohamed Madi Camara. Tyson. It's with Mete. Mohamed Madi Camara. Mete. Andrija Živković. And a lot to like about this attack. And possession lost there. And possession changing hands. Samata. Oh, he's given us away. Well, Tottenham being afforded too much room here. And did just enough defensively. And a corner for Tottenham could be useful as they try to take the lead. And dealt with it nicely. Superb defensive judgment to end the attack. Good run, very much in control of the situation. Intelligent threaded pass here. Giannis Konstantelias. No more time left. Well, as they get the ball rolling again, interesting to see how the second half pans out. Kenziora. Mete. It's with Tyson. Johnny. It's with Mete. Mohamed Madi Camara. Mete. It's with Tyson. Showing real patience. Can they forge ahead? Oh, beating his opponent with ease. And the referee has pointed to the spot. A penalty it is, and a chance for them to forge ahead. This to put them back in front. A goal! Accurate from the spot. Well, underway again. It's a narrow 2-1 lead as things stand. Dejan Kulusevski. It's with Bentancur. James Maddison. It's with Porro. Given away by Tottenham. And a throw-in forthcoming. James Maddison. It's with Porro. Romero. Dejan Kulusevski. Bentancur with it. Van de Ven. Bentancur with it. Brennan Johnson. Samata on the ball. Well, that's good defending. Well organised at the back. Mohamed Madi Camara. Giannis Konstantelias. An effective challenge. Abdul Rahman Baba. And providing width. Has eyes for goal. And he's kept it out. Fully stretched. Somehow reaching it.
Who can they pick out?
Sound piece of defending. Well, breaking at pace is always a possibility. In position.
A routine save.
Making. And it crossed the touchline, so a throw in here. He's given us away. Richarlison. Might lead to a chance. They keep plugging away. And a Spurs corner as they chase this game.
Well, just listen to the fans. They know this is a big chance here.
A deft clearance.
Well, this is building up to a nail-biting finish. These Spurs fans are making so much noise, but can they get the equaliser?
That's a good pass. Must be. Well, the degree of difficulty wasn't all that high in terms of the save. Dejan Kulusevski. Just cutting off the supply. Mohamed Madi Kamara. Samata. And fed forwards. Oh, but he's done brilliantly to cut it out. Pedro Porro. Brennan Johnson. Tyson. Baba on the ball. It's with Tyson. Oh, that's a really good run. Played into the box. What a genuine opportunity, but it was squandered. Goal kick. Kulusevski. Baba on the ball. Well, not long to go now, and no time to waste for Spurs.
Well, it's been a fairly even match, but at key moments they've just been second best. They could have defended better for the goals, and they've missed opportunities at the other end. It'll be a disappointing result if it stays this way.
And he's in an offside position. The overall situation doesn't favour Spurs, but they're still in it. And the defensive intervention there. He's found a pocket of space. This could be it! And it is! He's done it! Surely a case of game over. And so the final whistle here, the visitor.
The magical feeling of match day and the desire to lose yourself in the moment, that's...
Welcome along to an evening that was made for football. The pitch is in great order too. I'm Guy Mowbray to bring you commentary along with England legend Sue Smith. And every reason to believe we're in for an entertaining match here. Your thoughts on this game then, Sue?
Thanks, Guy. Well, I'm really looking forward to this one today. It'll be interesting to see how both teams line up. But what an atmosphere we have here. I absolutely can't wait.
This is the home side's team today.
Yeah, it looks like a 4-5-1 or a 4-2-3-1. This can be quite an attacking lineup with the three progressive players behind the lone striker. But you've still got that defensive protection with the two midfielders holding.
This is the Spurs starting lineup. Pedro Porro starts with Jed Spence in the fullback positions. Dejan Kulusevski plays alongside Rodrigo Bentancur in the centre of the park. And the main man in attack is Richarlison. A promising looking attack from Spurs. Maddison. The first blow of the day struck early. 1-0. Nicolo Rovella. Alessio Romagnoli. Rovella. Matteo Guendouzi. Nicolo Rovella. Cool idea. Well, it did look promising, but threat averted. Goes for goal! But that hasn't worked out. Easily gathered by the keeper. Johnson. Bentancur. Brennan Johnson. Richarlison. And unable to retain possession. Adam Maricic. That's a good ball. Oh, wow! No right to score from there. It had to be perfect. Ramiro. Bentancur. Porro. Christian Ramiro. Pedro Porro. James Maddison. Rodrigo Bentancur. Oh, that's been won really smartly. Rodrigo Bentancur. Porro. Pedro Porro. Turnaround in possession, excellent positioning. This could be threatening. Have a go here. The goalkeeper ready for it. Really good stop. Cool idea. Spurs recovering possession well. It's taken a little deflection, now a throw-in. Just getting bogged down a touch in midfield. Beautifully weighted ball. He's hit that well. Brilliant attempt. It very nearly went in.
Oh, that's a great volley. Catches it sweet. Doesn't miss by much.
Adam Maricic. They found a way through. It's there! And into the lead they go. Well, Spurs get the ball moving again. Can they find a response now? Rodrigo Bentancur. A move of real promise now. And that's where it ends. Romero. Kulusevski. Rodrigo Bentancur. Christian Romero. Bentancur. There's a nice passing rhythm to the play. Disappointing end to a good spell on the ball. Romagnoli. Boulaïdia. And they've got it back now. Richarlison. And the referee's whistle brings the first. And so the second half kicks off. Boulaïdia. Matteo Guendouzi. Rovella. Guendouzi. Pass was read and the ball has changed hands. Matteo Guendouzi. Boulaïdia. Mattia Zaccagni. Now there might be a chance as they keep it moving. But not the end result they wanted from an encouraging position. Making decent progress here. Trying his luck. And they've got themselves a corner now. And the ball comes in. The danger averted for now. That set up the chance. Jed Spence. Maddison. Encouraging signs to the attack, but it hasn't led to anything. And he's asked plenty of questions of the back line. It's certainly been difficult to contain.
Well, it was certainly a good 45 minutes. Obviously got the goal to put them in front, but he's looked lively throughout too. Hopefully see a little bit more of that in the second half.
Boulaïdia. Nicolo Rovella. Zaccagni. Spurs come away with it. Kulusevski. It's cleared. They can breathe easier. Boulaïdia. Beaten easily here. That hasn't got far. And still danger here. And that must be so disappointing for them.
Well, they didn't find the equaliser there, did they? But that was more down to good goalkeeping than anything else. Just need to keep the pressure on now.
Yeah, and when they regroup, the next one will surely come soon.
Well,
What a place to lose the ball just when the chance was on. Kulusevski. Spurs moving the ball forward. What can they do from here? Can he finish? Still problems for them here. And the play breaks down. That's nice vision to switch things. Finds himself with space now. Oh, they looked in there. That's nicely cut out. Dejan Kulusevski. Richarlison. Good work to recover possession. Moving forward well. Oh, they were getting interested there, but not anymore. Spence. Well, it was looking good, but ultimately nothing doing. Dia. Counter-attack coming, away they go. They couldn't quite take advantage in the end. Play continues as the ref lets that go. An attack of genuine promise now. Neither side doing a good job of looking after the ball.
Well, just listen to the atmosphere in here. It's been such a close game, really competitive, and the fans are just desperate to get them over the line now.
Cool idea. And the work pays off as they get the ball back. And it's a wild, wild attempt from range, not one for the highlights.
Oh, it's a poor choice. He's got other options on. Why is he shooting from that sort of distance?
Johnson. Still pushing forward in search of the equaliser. Kulusevski. Possession lost just at the point of something happening. A chance now for a quick transition. And it's opened up! And the referee brings the game.
Well, what a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been building all week and we're just moments away from kick-off time. Stay tuned for the live action. Hello and a warm welcome on what is a glorious night for football. Perfect playing conditions. I'm your match commentator Derek Ray at the microphone, and sitting alongside me is the former Arsenal, West Ham and Coventry midfield player Stuart Robson. And we can't wait for this one to start with justifiable cause. Stuart, your expectations?
Well, Derek, as is always the case, the team that dominates midfield would be the team that controls the flow of the game. And that, for me, is the area that's key today.
This is how the visitors will set up today.
Well, they're using the same shape, so this comes down to who plays it better and who gets better support to their front striker. It should be a good tactical battle.
Rovella. And a fine tackle. Well, not pretty, but very gritty. Mete. Živkovic. Individual brilliance. Cross could be useful. And firing it towards goal on the volley. Could have gone in.
Well, that's a big chance. Yes, it's on the volley, but I think he should score there.
Well, they did have the ball, but not anymore. Mohamed Madi Camara. And possession changing hands. Matteo Guendouzi. Guendouzi. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. Constantelias. He was eager to have a go, but it didn't work out for him. They look as though they want to make this move count. It has gone over the touchline for what will be a throw-in. Can he play it in? Oh, he looks threatening. Really vital interception here. Boulaye Dia. Castellanos. Dia. Could be troublesome. Oh, the crossbar is still reverberating. And a goal! Now they've broken through. 1-0 here. Giannis Constantelias. Andrea Živkovic. Viateska. It's with Tyson. Živkovic. Kenziora. Deserves credit for winning the ball back. Kenziora. Viateska. It's with Tyson. Abdul Rahman Baba. Živkovic. It's with Mete. Mohamed Madi Camara. It's with Tyson. Just cutting off the supply. Boulaye Dia. It's with Romagnoli. Really good challenge. Samata. Nice looking move this. Real chance. And he's fired it against the post. Well, nothing comes of it.
Well, had that gone in, they would be in complete control of this game. As it is, they're still going to be a bit nervy.
Tyson. Just the challenge that was required. Difficult to stop him. Well, it came to nothing in the end. Abdul Rahman Baba. And that's great work to make sure it didn't go over the line. Oh, that's a super piece of defending. Oh, great vision. Constantelias. Nice looking pass. Unable to keep the ball. Rather congested in the middle of the park. It's looking promising. Marusic. Could cross it in here. And the whistle is... So the two teams have switched around and the second half is underway. Mateusz Wiateska. It's with Mete. Kenziora. Johnny. Here's Camara. Tyson. Constantelias. Well, patient passing could be the key to bringing themselves level. Retaining possession proving difficult. The cut back. And the ball is loose. Well, thank goodness for the goalkeeper.
Well, they're calm now, but that initial save was absolutely magnificent.
Throw-ins given. Rovella. Boulaye Dia. How about the cross? And space available inside. Fine goalkeeping to push that away. Giannis Constantelias. So there might be a threat, but not so in the end. Good defending.
Well, he's been the standout for his side so far, don't you think, Stuart?
Well, I thought he had a really effective first half. Not only did he get the goal that gave them the lead, but his general play was really good. He was a constant threat, and I'm sure we'll see more of him in the second half.
And he has options available. And fine reading of the situation. A bit of running room now on the wing. Has a go. Well, not a million miles away from the equaliser.
Well, he couldn't quite get it on target, but at least they're making chances now.
Nice switch of play. Well, they did have the ball, but not anymore. And a long way out here. Well, somehow the goalkeeper got to it. And he's fired over the corner. Well, no real accuracy, and easy for the keeper. Marusic. "20 minutes to go." Well, it's a decent-looking attack, this.
Well, the fans are certainly playing their part here. Just listen to this noise.
Well, out of play it goes, and that was in no small measure due to the effective press. He's going to have a go here. My goodness, that save. Fully stretched he was. One for his own highlights reel. Opportunity, and foiled only by the crossbar. In a good position to clear it away. Sends it back. Well, possibilities inside the box. Oh, that's a super piece of defending. Oh, good vision there. Well, the keeper had to think about it for a moment, but too high. Tyson. Samatta on the ball. Well, late in the game here, they know what they need, and that's an equaliser. Well, it looked so promising, but a goal kicked the outcome. Well, not a bad plan of action, but through to the goalkeeper it goes. Johnny. Well, nearing full time, and here's the question, are they going to come up just that little bit short? Stuart, your thoughts?
Well, they've certainly lacked a goal threat up to this point. There's been little invention, no real combination play around the box, and the crosses have been erratic. But there is still time to find that moment of inspiration.
Making. Now here's Johnny. It's with Mate. Mohamed Madi Camara. Johnny. Baba on the ball. Tyson. And great work to confuse the defender. Mate, electing to shoot, and able to close down the shot. And the electronic board showing 1 additional minute. And a throw-in forthcoming. And there it is, the final whistle. Building to a crescendo all week, and very shortly it will be for real. We have all the action for you live. Hello and a warm welcome on what is a glorious night for football. Perfect playing conditions. I'm Derek Ray, and sharing commentary with me as usual is Stuart Robson.
And with kick-off just moments away, we really should be in for a magnificent occasion.
It is PAOK up against Tottenham Hotspur.
Thanks, Derek. Well, both managers will be reminding their players of starting the game quickly, hitting the opposition back, playing the ball forward and regaining possession as quickly as possible. Hopefully we get a really good game here.
This is the lineup for the home team.
Well, they're starting with an attacking 4-5-1 formation with 3 players in advance of 2 holding midfielders. But it's important that the wide players come in field to join the centre forward at the right time.
Introducing the Spurs starting 11.
Pedro Porro starts with Jet Spence in the fullback positions.
Dejan Kulusevski plays with Rodrigo Bentancur in the centre of midfield. And the striker is the very creative and eye-catching Richarlison.
And the pass was just that little bit off. Nearly found its target.
Mohamed Madi Camara. And return to Tyson. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. And defensive play to be applauded. No foul, Spurs advantage. Can he find the net? Vital intervention. They've given it away. Richarlison. A good and fair challenge. Well, who will be the player to decide the outcome, to determine the course of events? No reason at all why it won't be this man, Stuart. What do you anticipate seeing from him?
Well, he really is a master.
Oh, Stuart, an opportunity! Palmed away by the keeper. Johnson. Took a really smart piece of defending to stop them. Tyson. And out of play it goes, alas. Kulusevski. Richarlison. Can he put them in front? Oh, a stellar piece of defending. Samata. Excellent vision. Well, offside, and we could have made that decision from up here. Bentancur. Well, advantage with them. Referee says play on. Johnny. And goes for goal! Well, very effective goalkeeping to touch it over. Played over. Good piece of defending. Really clever pressing. Might go ahead. Huge block. Might really be able to trouble them here. This looks more than decent. Real chance. Well, he stormed through, but it didn't end well for him.
Well, in those situations, you have to make a few decisions. Unfortunately, he's made the wrong one.
Richarlison. Still pushing for that goal that would see them forge ahead. And the keeper's technical skills there for all to see.
Well, from that close in, that's a really good save. Such good reflexes.
Is this the moment? He got a good palm on it. Zivkovic. And offside it is. Will he play it in? Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. Samata. He read the situation defensively and did his job. Zivkovic. Johnny. Oh, that's a really good run. But no damage done, that's the main thing. Giannis Konstantelias. Tyson. Oh, breezing past him. A glorious chance. And a goal to open the scoring. No wonder they're celebrating. Pedro Porro. Now Romero with it. James Maddison. Well, half-time coming up shortly and the home side on top. Stuart, interested to get your critique.
Well, it's been a tight game so far, but they've just had that little bit more quality on the ball, particularly in midfield, where they've just started to take control. They'll be fairly happy going in at half-time if it stays like this.
Romero. Given away by Tottenham. Well, it stopped a promising attack in its tracks, and you wouldn't be surprised if there's a card coming out here. So into the second half here, and the onus is on Spurs to turn this match on its head. James Maddison. Now Romero with it. Bentancur. Maddison with it. It's with Porro. Romero. Van de Ven. Now Romero with it. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. Konstantelias. Andrija Zivkovic. Great ball over the top. Oh, the referee has given it. Penalty it is. To extend their lead here. Goal! Taking aim from the spot and finding the target. Bentancur. Van de Ven. It's with Bentancur. Maddison with it. Mickey Van de Ven. James Maddison. Jed Spence. Maddison with it. And Spurs moving the ball forward. What can they do from here? Maddison. Can he take the chance? And the goalkeeper covered a lot of ground to push that away from danger. Mohamed Madi Camara. He knew he had to make the tackle, and did. And fed forwards. What a shot from miles out. Oh, goodness gracious me. It's a special, special goal from miles out. Bentancur. James Maddison. Bentancur with it. Van de Ven. Maddison with it. Mickey Van de Ven. Jed Spence. Romero. Bentancur. Van de Ven. An attack full of promise. Read it well. And can they exploit the space out wide? Really fine piece of defending play to break us up. Might be a chance here. And just like that, the break has stopped. Really top quality defending. And the defensive intervention there. And support available. Oh, great vision. And the keeper taking charge of the situation. Bentancur. And they could face difficulties here. Oh, and the flag goes up.
Well, he needs to be more aware there. He didn't work hard enough to stay onside.
It's a bit of a struggle for both sides to keep the ball right now. Chance here. Really sound defending. Well, couldn't bend his run, and the flag went up. Zivkovic. Now here's Johnny. Oh, managing to beat him from long range. Well, that was a very respectable effort from such a long way out.
Well, he hits it cleanly, and it's a very good strike, but just not on target.
Tyson. Spot on with that tackle. Jed Spence. Van de Ven. Well, the seconds are ticking away, and the home side in control. Stuart, what have you made of this?
Well, what an excellent performance this has been. They've had complete control for most of the game. Their movement, clever passing and energy have been a joy to watch. It's been a really good win for them.
Could be troublesome. Well, mopping up defensively. Johnson. Very quick thinking there. Well, offside. I rather think he was caught in two minds.
Well, he just needed to go elsewhere with his pass. He showed a complete lack of awareness there.
A struggle to keep the ball for Spurs. Well, the electronic board showing one additional minute. And the flag raised. Offside it is. So the final whistle, and it's a story of defeat for Spurs in this one. building to a crescendo all week, and very shortly it will be for real. We have all the action for you live. Well, it's an absolute privilege to be with you tonight from one of the great world football cities. I'm referring, of course, to London. My name is Derek Ray, and sitting alongside me in the commentary box, providing expert analysis, is Stuart Robson. And if this game lives up to its billing, we're in for a riveting occasion. Stuart, what are you expecting?
Well, we've got everything needed for a good game here. Two motivated teams, a vibrant atmosphere, and some very good players. Let's hope we're not disappointed.
And the starting 11 for Spurs. Jed Spence plays with Pedro Porro in the fullback positions. James Maddison starts with Rodrigo Bentancur in the centre of midfield. And the striker is the very creative and eye-catching Richarlison. Oh, he's through here. And it's an excellent save.
Well, I always fancied the keeper to make the save. He's really good in those situations.
Going to bamboozle the goalkeeper with a corner like that. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence. And this is the initial 11 for the visitors today.
Well, it's a 4-3-3 formation with a centre forward and two wingers. So it's important that the midfield players give support to the striker whenever the ball goes wide. They can't allow him to be isolated.
Oh, Stuart, they could be in here. And that's an excellent piece of defending to thwart him. Firing it towards goal. It was on its way in. James Maddison. On the ball, Richarlison. Well, that's splendid play. And the flag has been raised here. Well, there can't have been a lot in that. Zaccagni. Opportunity to deliver the cross. Over the touchline for a throw-in. Zaccagni. Superbly well to get back there and thwart him. Well, showing really good width here, but timely defending when it mattered. And the referee felt he had to blow the whistle. Free kick from that position.
Well, how unlucky was that? Just look at his technique. He strikes it so well.
Richarlison. And fed forwards. Couldn't hang on to it. It's a bit of a struggle for both sides. He might profit from here, you know. And a goal to give them the lead. They have their reward. Yeah. Nicolo Rovella. Nuno Tavares. Rovella. Zaccagni. Guendouzi. Dia. Nuno Tavares. Nicolo Rovella. On to Guendouzi. Romagnoli. They've regained possession. Zaccagni. It might be on for them. Oh, good work by the keeper. So the corner played into the box. Well, he made the catch under pressure. In a decent position now. Valentin Castellanos. Promising position, this. Oh, good-looking run. Really important tackle. James Maddison. Well, he's certainly not alone. Decides to shoot. Oh, magnificent from the keeper. Fantastic stop. Bentancur. This looks promising. Took a really smart piece of defending to stop them. Boulaye Dia. Real chance. And he's missed it. Good heavens.
Well, that's a big miss. That should have been the equaliser.
Well, a joy to watch. Jed Spence. Spurs pushing forward with options available. But nothing comes of it. Good defending it was. Boulaye Dia. Very quick thinking there. Spence. Clear to see who got the last touch, so a throw-in it'll be. Well, the electronic board showing 1 additional minute. Well, it could be on for him here. No shortage of excitement. Level again. No wonder they're excited. So here we go into the second half at the home of Tottenham Hotspur. Guendouzi. Rovella. Tavares. Now with Guendouzi. Marušić. Boulaye Dia. On to Guendouzi. Dia. Marušić. Boulaye Dia. On to Guendouzi. Now a decent position. Marušić. He's blocked it. Guendouzi. Very alert defending to cut off the supply. Promising move from Tottenham. This man will get most of the plaudits for his contribution up to this point, Stuart.
Well, that's exactly what his team needed, because they weren't at their best in the first half. And once again, it shows what a key player he is. Can they build on that in the second 45?
This looks more than decent. Is this the moment? And a goal here! There it is! They've done it! Bentancur. Romero. It's with Porro. Mickey van de Ven. Now Romero with it. Van de Ven. Pedro Porro. Romero. It's with Porro. Van de Ven. Bentancur with it. Pedro Porro. And on to Kulusevski. It's with Porro. Dejan Kulusevski. Madison with it. Given away by Tottenham. Castellanos. On to Guendouzi. Rovella. Well, moving the ball forward, they might be in business. And with that, the attack fizzles out. Johnson. An attack full of promise. Oh, big opportunity. Well, the goal was at his mercy.
Well, it certainly was. He has to score there.
He read the situation defensively and did his job.
Well, this is building up to a nail-biting finish. These Spurs fans are making so much noise, but can they get the equaliser?
And Spurs moving the ball with purpose. Well, he hit it with authority. Close. Getting in there to intercept. The clock is against Tottenham, but they might yet bite back. Madison. Now the fans want to see a shot. Will it be? A glorious opportunity it was, and that could loom large.
Well, that should have put them level. That could be it for them today.
Nuno Tavares. Rovella. Romagnoli. Well, it's a great advantage to any side when you're as comfortable on the ball as they are. Marusic. It's a perfect challenge. Richarlison. The conditions look pretty good for the counter-attack. You have to ask the question, is there time for either side to win it? Guendouzi. Dia. Marusic. Not a stoppage time situation. 1 minute here. Marusic. And that is it for the night.
now it's for real. The tactics and squad strips have all been analysed by committed fans and neutral observers. A confrontation that all football lovers will revel in.
Well, hello to you and welcome to another exciting game brought to you by EA TV. My name's Guy Mowbray, joined for commentary by Sue Smith, and every reason to believe we're in for an entertaining match here. Your thoughts on this game then, Sue?
Well, thanks, Guy. I can't wait for this one today. The atmosphere is buzzing, and I'm hoping the football lives up to it.
Here's how the home side lines up.
Well, it looks like a 4-2-3-1 when they're in possession, may go to a 4-5-1 when defending. You'd think the double pivot in midfield, they're key to protect the back line, but they also need to get forward to support the press. There's going to be plenty of threat from the wide midfielders too, I'm sure.
This is the lineup for the visitors.
Well, it's very similar, isn't it? It's so important that the number 9 isn't left isolated. Both teams are going to have to make sure that they get players in and around them when they get forward.
Edging ever closer to goal here. Options available in the middle. Encouraging signs to the attack, but it hasn't led to anything. Guendouzi. Nicolo Rovella. Meite. Oh, could be a chance here. But that is brilliant work to stop them. Rovella. Tavares. And able to come away with the ball. Živković. Oh, great block. And the corner is fired in. That's not properly away yet. And the keeper's done really well to keep that out. Rovella. Mattia Zaccagni. Plenty of space to attack now. The promise of something happening is over. They need to be better on the ball than that. Samatta. Živković. Oh, he's done well to get past his man. Well, what a place to lose the ball just when the chance was on. Camera. Untidy in possession there. Guendouzi. Boulaïdia. Now there might be a chance as they keep it moving. A chance to deliver into the box.
Vi ricordiamo che esibendo il biglietto della partita potrete ricevere uno sconto del 25% sulle consumazioni. Offerta disponibile presso tutti i punti
That
di ristoro.
has stopped any potential danger. Madi Camara. Bit sloppy in possession. Marušić. Boulaïdia. Possession lost just at the point of something happening. Oh, great chance. Well, that's what he's there for. It's a good stop. Thomas Kedzora. Andrija Živković. A really good interception to take the ball. Marusic. Nicolo Rovella. An attack of genuine promise now. Oh, they were getting interested there, but not anymore. It's a lovely ball. There might be something building now. What a chance! Oh, top quality goalkeeping to deny what looked a likely goal. And the ball comes in. Only half the job done there. This for the lead. And it's there. They have a goal. And they have the lead. Nicolo Rovella. Guendouzi. Marusic. Romagnoli. Boulaïdia. A little sloppy on the ball there. Guendouzi. Rovella. Keeping it nicely here. Boulaïdia. Oh, what a really good save that was. Delivered into the box. And that'll do it. And so the second half kicks off. Tavares. Zaccagni. Dia. Nicolo Rovella. Matteo Guendouzi. Dia. Tavares. Boulaïdia. Matteo Zaccagni. Matteo Guendouzi. Encouraging signs to the attack, but it hasn't led to anything. There's room to do something here. Decent delivery. What a terrific effort. That would have been special.
Well, he watches the ball all the way, connects with it perfectly, but just can't find the accuracy. It's a great effort, though.
Good work to recover possession. Oh, yes, all the practice pays off. Options available in the middle. And that's nicely won to see off the threat. Well, he's certainly been influential in the first 45 minutes. What have you made of his performance, Sue?
Yeah, he's had a really productive first half. He gave his side the lead with a tidy finish, but it's his all-round play that's been so good too. Hopefully we'll see more of that in the second half.
One of those why-not moments, and we've just seen why not.
Well, I'm not sure why he's gone for goal there, Guy. It's the wrong option. No accuracy on that whatsoever.
Madi Camara. A move of real promise now. But that's where any chance of anything developing disappears. Boulaïdia. Matteo Zaccagni. Little careless there as the ball changes hands. And Buana Ali Samata. Allowing space, and he's finding it. take this on. Bit of a squeeze on here. And Buana Ali Samata. And able to come away with the ball. Mattia Zaccagni. He's beaten his marker here. Zaccagni. Having a look. That's more than comfortable for the man in goal. Good pressure to force him over the touchline. Throw in to come. Oh, great work. What's next? And now they've lost it. Good reading of the game. Chance to get in behind with that. It's a pretty good save by the keeper. Played in now. And unable to retain possession. Counter-attack coming, away they go. Different angle of attack. Well, I'm sure he thought he'd scored there. Great goalkeeping. Over it comes. Still a chance off the keeper. Well read to gain possession. Samata. And a real sense of urgency here. Could they... Oh, it's in! Back from the brink with a timely equaliser. Camera. This looks really good. Could we see a winning goal? Thomas Kejora. Madi Camera. Meite. And that has been carelessly given away. Živković. Meite. Camera. That's not a bad-looking ball. Real opportunity. Oh, well saved. That was a really good chance. That one's gone out. Throw in to come. Now it needs a good ball in. And the pass is incomplete. Nicely won. The ref allowing the game to flow. Oh, a challenge we used to call a professional foul. Surely a yellow card.
Well, what a game we have in store for you today. The hype... Well, the atmosphere has been building up all day long, and we're almost ready for kickoff here at Stamford Bridge. I'm Derek Ray, and joining me to provide expert analysis is Stuart Robson. I'm very much looking forward to bringing you action from the Premier League. It's Chelsea up against Newcastle United.
Well, the atmosphere is building nicely here, and we've got two teams who like to play good football. Let's hope we get a good game here. It should be.
And here's the Newcastle formation. Nick Pope gets the nod between the posts. Bruno Guimaraes plays alongside Sandro Tonali in central midfield. And the striker today is Alexander Isak. And a strong tackle. Murphy. Well, it looked so promising, but a goal kicked the outcome. Good tackle taken away. Will he play it in? And nothing comes of that attack. Chelsea will get the throw in. Running room in the wide position. Jackson on the ball. Superb defensive judgment to end the attack. Well, you can probably see why we're focusing on this fellow as one to watch. Stuart, in particular, what do you expect to see from him?
Well, quite simply, he's a great crosser of the ball, and that will be a major threat today. If he plays well, he'll be a big influence on this game.
Plenty of players waiting in the middle. He read the situation defensively and did his job. Noni Madueke. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence. Linton. It's Dan Burn. Sandro Tonali. Burn. Tonali with it. Trippier. Passes like that, very much in his repertoire. Fabian Schär. Trippier. Tino Livramento. Guimaraes. Well, they're eyeing that final pass, you just feel. Simple for the keeper dealing with that long-range effort. This could level it. And it is the equaliser. Parity now. And who's to say what's going to happen next? Trevor Chalobah. Fernandes. Noni Madueke. Cucurella. Caicedo. Madueke. Moises Caicedo. Caicedo. Another successful intervention, winning the ball back. Neto. Moises Caicedo. That's how to dispossess your opponent. can Chelsea do from this position? And options in the centre. Could be threatening. They could nudge in front. And a goal to re-establish their advantage. Just look at the celebrations. Nick Pope. Tino Livramento. Guimarães. Jacob Murphy. Trippier now. Fabian Schär. Sandro Tonali. Guimarães. Trippier now. An alert intervention. Guimarães. He has teammates around him. Couldn't get it through. A Magpies corner. Let's see what they can do with it. And thumped away. And the first 45 minutes have come and gone. Well, it's advantage Chelsea after the first 45 minutes, but a long way from being decided. Chalobah. Enzo Fernandez. Cucurella. Pedro Neto. Gusto. Neto. Chalobah. Pedro Neto. Gusto. Chalobah. Moises Caicedo. And very nicely positioned to win it back. Trippier. Crossing opportunity, and it might be. Oh, and he didn't miss by very much.
Yeah, he adjusted his body so well there. It's a great piece of skill, and it probably deserved a goal.
Trevor Chalobah. Neto. Caicedo. Or can they make one of these passes count? Well, honestly, I didn't mean to jinx them. Just wasn't a very good pass, finally. A real opening now. Oh, it looked as though he might be through. Not so.
Well, he's been the standout for his side so far, don't you think, Stuart?
Well, what a first half he had. I thought he was outstanding. He caused the defenders all sorts of problems with his movement and pace, and he fully deserved his 2 goals, and I expect more from him in the second half.
Promising move this from Newcastle. And it's with Isak. Crucial piece of defending. And he's fired over the corner. Struggling to get it away. Trippier has eyes for goal. Well, it ended up being easier for the goalkeeper in the end. This might be the perfect counter-attacking opportunity. Chelsea have it back now. It's there for him. And the goalkeeper has outdone himself with that save. Delivering it. Any goalkeeper would accept corner kick deliveries like that every day. Chance for him to get in behind, maybe. And the goalkeeper covered a lot of ground to push that away from danger. Pedro Neto. Fabian Schär. Trippier.
Well, Newcastle have completely bossed the game in the last 15 minutes, and they've played some good football. It's just now about taking one of those chances to get back into the game.
It's really going so well for them, and who knows, they might be able to craft another opportunity. And with that, the attack fizzles out. Room to roam on the wing for Newcastle. Out of play for what will be a Chelsea throw. Cucurella. Fernandes. This looks interesting. Well, it looked highly promising, but they got nothing out of it. Trippier. Oh, great attacking play. So following the deflection, a corner kick. Let's see about the delivery. Still not clear. Well, threat averted. Oh, lovely weighted ball. They might be in. Well, so close, and it goes down as a chance to draw level.
Yeah, really good chance to get back into this, I have to say. They just didn't take it.
Oh, tremendous vision. And still dangerous. Well, defensive resilience there. Jackson on the ball. And a good-looking pass. And a harmless cross, gobbled up. Sandro Tonali. 5 minutes remaining, and one thing is certain, no one is leaving because it's still close. It's a neat move. Livramento. Guimaraes. And that's how to do it inside your own penalty area.
Well, Chelsea have played really well today, but they've also had great backing from the fans. Just listen to this noise.
Bruno Guimaraes. Jacob Murphy. Good ball over the top. Well, in terms of added time, a minimum of 1 minute. Oh, that's a really good pass. And both hands on it. Good goalkeeping. And that is full time. Chelsea have prevailed.
Two sides ready to give it their all in what promises to be 90 minutes of end-to-end football. Stay with us for every kick of the ball.
Hello and welcome to Nottingham. The City Ground is our venue today. Joining me, Guy Mowbray for commentary, will be Sue Smith. And a live game from the Premier League on the way. It's Nottingham Forest and they take on Chelsea.
Thanks, Guy. Well, I can't wait for this one. Both sets of fans are certainly up for it. I'm sure that that'll give the players a real boost. They'll be hoping to start the game at a fast tempo.
Here's how Nottingham Forest line up.
Yeah, a 4-5-1 or a 4-2-3-1. A lot of coaches are adopting this nowadays, as it does give you those two holding players, while you've still got plenty of threat from the wide wingers.
Here's how Chelsea line up.
Well, no real surprise to see they're also set up in the same formation. It's just how effective those wide players can be. The onus is really on them to attack those bylines and turn their fullbacks.
Callum Hudson-Odoi. Gibbs-White. And he'll take this on. Oh, against the post. And the attack comes to an end. Disappointing.
Well, they've started really brightly, haven't they? And so close to taking the lead. And it would have been deserved too. You just feel they've got to keep pushing now for that opening goal.
And there's no moping about the missed chance as they set about making another. Super try and almost a super goal.
It was, and it's a difficult technique, and he just makes it look easy. Great body position, nice hit. Just unlucky that he can't finish.
Looking this on. Oh, he tried to power it in. That's flown wide, absolutely flown. Gusto. Switched on and ready to intercept there. And the pass narrowly fails to reach its target. Throw in to come. Dominguez. Ola Aina. Morgan Gibbs-White. Has the space to whip it in here. Oh, good try, and it nearly snuck in.
It was a difficult position to shoot from, but it wasn't that far away. I thought for a second it had gone in.
Have a go here. Oh, it's still in there.
I'm sure it's only going to be a matter of time before they take the lead. We're seeing some really good attacking play from them. Just need the finish now.
Oh, excellent vision. Crucial defending. And it's been cut out. There's the turnover. Fernandez. And he'll have a go here. And that's a pretty good save by the keeper. Played in now. Well, that's a really terrific claim under a fair bit of pressure. Keeping it nicely, waiting for the chance to get themselves in front. Can't get it through this time. Well, they could have had a great chance, but not close to getting it right. Offside. And possession given away.
Well, the stats show that Chelsea are dominating possession. The way they've progressed the ball up the field with good movement, quality passes. The opposition just can't live with them. They just need that goal now.
Base out wide for Chelsea. Can he get the shot off? And a great stop to turn the ball away. Dominguez. Gibbs-White. Midfield possession a key part of the game. Right now, no part of this game. There could be something building for Chelsea here. And that is a quality bit of goalkeeping. 1 to Chelsea. Maybe an opportunity to get their noses in front. And the danger is cleared. That's crossed the line. It'll be a throw-in. Nicolas Dominguez. Chelsea come away with the ball. And that's been ruled as offside. Well, it was the right idea. There might have been some interest, but it's been overdone. Neto. Good ball, decent looking attack this. And that's nicely won to see off the threat. Oh, could be a chance here. Oh, they looked in there. That's nicely cut out. And with that, so away we go for the second half, and still goalless. Milenkovic. Callum Hudson-Odoi. Nikola Milenkovic. Ilanga. Gibbs-White. Nicolas Dominguez. Hudson-Odoi. This is a lovely spell of possession. But ultimately, not going anywhere with it. Noni Madueke. Fernandez. Promising looking attack, but it's come to nothing. Switched on and ready to intercept that. Anthony Ilanga. There's room to do something here. Oh, good defending, just when it was looking threatening. Really nicely played. What can they do with this now? From a long way out, and still the chance might come. Well, that was looking good, but nothing to come from it.
I'm sure it's only going to be a matter of time before they take the lead. We're seeing some really good attacking play from them. Just need the finish now.
Well, they're not going to give this defence any respite here. Lovely ball, could be a chance. And away it goes. That's not a bad-looking ball. Real opportunity. And it's a pretty good save by the keeper. Oh, they've lost it. The attack is over. Lovely ball. This could lead to something. Oh, that's not properly away. Oh, that's a sensational cutout. Great work. That's a lovely ball. There might be something building now. Real pressure to get this away. A turnaround in possession. Excellent positioning. And the hard work pays off. They've won the ball. Now a sense that something could happen from this. Nicolas Dominguez. Could be a chance! But it's a tame try, or at least that's how the goalkeeper's made it appear. Enzo Fernandez. Nice pass and on their march. And it's a free kick here for a clear offside. Morgan Gibbs-White. And they've got it back now. And the attack is over. Really good defending. Plenty of open space here. But that's where any chance of anything developing disappears. And the wrong side of the defence, offside. Now, if they score from this, they'll surely win the game. And able to come away with the ball. And the keeper has it to avert the danger.
Well, the clock's still ticking and you can sense the atmosphere in here. The fans just urging them forward.
Oh, good save to keep it all square.
Well, at this stage of the game, that's a vital stop. It's fantastic work from the keeper.
It's played in now. And away, they've got it clear. Breaking at pace, this could be dangerous. The ball is lost, and the chance has gone too. This looks really good. Could we see a winning goal? This chance to win it, and it's there! What a moment to take the lead! Morgan Gibbs-White. Not so much given away as cleverly won. There is the final whistle, and it's Chelsea who...
What an intriguing prospect. A game of high profile featuring two magnificent sides, fully prepared for this massive occasion and fully prepared to make this their big showcase. The action is next on EA TV. Hello everyone, just the sort of weather we wanted has been delivered. It's a perfect night for football at St James's Park. I'm Derek Ray on the commentary gantry and delighted to be joined as always by Stuart Robson. I'm very much looking forward to bringing you action from the Premier League. It's Newcastle United versus Nottingham Forest.
Well, Derek, as is always the case, the team that dominates midfield will be the team that controls the flow of the game. And that, for me, is the area that's key today.
And here's the Newcastle formation. Nick Pope gets the nod between the posts. Bruno Guimaraes plays alongside Sandro Tonali in central midfield. And the striker today is Alexander Isak. And here's how Nottingham Forest will line up. Callum Hudson-Odoi plays with Anthony Elanga out wide. And up front, it's Chris Wood. Morgan Gibbs-White. And in possession, Milenkovic. You can almost see their opponents racking their brains. How do we stop this? And scope for them to produce something exciting. Took a really smart piece of defending to stop them. Isak. And Newcastle showing good width. A disappointing end to the move. Murphy. It needs an accurate cross. Really important piece of last-ditch defending. Nico Williams. Attempt from distance, not one for the highlight reel, Stuart.
Well, that's a waste. He had much better options there.
He has teammates around him. Newcastle unable to keep the ball. Nicolas Dominguez. And defensive play to be applauded. Harvey Barnes. He just let his opponent glide by. But no damage done, that's the main thing. Well, good run and good ball control. Oh dear. Well, that's not one that's going to linger long in the memory.
Well, he had a go there. Nothing wrong with that. But he's got that all wrong.
Tino Livramento. It's with Joelinton. Sandro Tonali. Well, it's all about passing as they try to hit the front. Trippier. Oh, fancy footwork. Really fine piece of defending play to break it up. Plenty of support here. Quick ball to perhaps catch them out. Oh, tight offside decision, but the flag does go up. Really good challenge. Good technique displayed. Determined defending. Isak. Well, they have it again. And wasteful there from Forest. And Newcastle pushing forward with options available. Clearly took a touch on the way out of play, so a throw-in to come. Joelinton. Terrific piece of anticipation. Brilliant team pressing. Chances on. Denied once more. Gives it a go. Oh, and he didn't miss by very much.
Yeah, he adjusted his body so well there. It's a great piece of skill, and it probably deserved the goal.
A chance for him to get in behind, maybe. Just straying offside.
Well, Newcastle had so much of the ball in the last 15 minutes. You sense it's inevitable the goal will come. It'll be certainly no less than they deserve. They just need to be a bit more clinical in that final third now.
Now can they win back possession and carve out another chance for themselves? Options in the centre. Takes aim. Oh, really commanding goalkeeping. And over comes the corner. Disappointing delivery, sailing over everyone in the middle. Bruno Guimaraes. Here's Isak. Really good challenge. Aina. And it's with Gibbs White. Still level here, but the pressure escalating. Hudson-Odoi. Not a successful intervention, winning the ball back. Well, the first half. So the two teams have switched around, and the second half is underway. Livramento. It's with Joelinton. Sandro Tonali. Jacob Murphy. Guimaraes. Possession one. Murphy. Trippier, and a long way out, and no way to sugarcoat that one, Stuart.
Well, sometimes it's worth having a shot from distance, but he never really set himself to hit that cleanly.
And the ball in behind the defenders. Good work from Newcastle to win it back. Tino Livramento. Bruno Guimaraes. Now, options are plenty. Pretty routine there for the goalkeeper. Well, just a bit too much on the pass. And it'll be a goalkeeper's ball. Jacob Murphy. Nikola Milenkovic. And it's with Gibbs White. Well, they keep working away, looking for an opening. But it was a good-looking sequence, but it comes to an end. Trippier. And a chance to whip it in here. Trippier has lost possession. Now can they counter clinically? Fine work from Nottingham Forest to win back possession. Well, the keeper is happy. The bar was there. And eventually into the grateful grasp of the keeper.
Well, that could have gone anywhere once it hit the woodwork, but they've got away with it here.
Giving the ball to the opposition that time. Elanga. Hudson-Odoi, but into the keeper's gloves. Joelinton. Murphy. Well, nothing to split the two sides, but this move looks promising. Can he put them in front? Yes is the emphatic answer. And you have to say it was on the cards. Anderson. And it's with Gibbs-White. Credit due, a good intervention. Aina. Teammates available. Nikola Milenkovic. And a tidy challenge. Dominguez. Elliot Anderson. And into the last 15 minutes of action. An alert intervention. He's in behind. It's in. They're looking really relaxed and confident and not giving the opposition much of a look in. Morgan Gibbs-White. It's Callum Hudson-Odoi. And that was a very fine read. Nikola Milenkovic. Anderson. And in possession, Milenkovic. Morgan Gibbs-White. Gibbs-White. Elanga. Could cross it in here. Very quick thinking there. Promising pass. And possession lost, intercepted. Can he find the right pass? Well, in the closing phase, and Stuart, a lot to like about this Newcastle performance.
Well, they've been much the better side up to now. Some of their approach play has been excellent. They just need to control possession for these final few minutes to cap off a really good display.
Well, the electronic board showing 1 additional minute. And the keeper reacting just as we would have expected. And that will be all for this game.
We're here to enjoy a matchup that football fans are sure to...
A warm welcome to you from St James's Park. Joining me, Guy Mowbray, for commentary will be Sue Smith. And we've got action from the Premier League here today. It's Newcastle United, and they take on Chelsea.
Yeah, cheers, Guy. Well, it's so loud in here, isn't it? The fans are really up for this one, and I'm sure the managers will be reminding them, remember what you need to focus on and block out all of that noise.
This is today's Newcastle United lineup. Nick Pope is the goalkeeper. Bruno Guimaraes plays alongside Sandro Tonali in the centre of the park, and leading the attack is Alexander Isak. Here's how Chelsea line up.
Yeah, it looks like a 4-3-3, and they are really good out wide. The relationships with both wingers and fullbacks are great, and the latter constantly providing overlaps to create 2v1 situations. Both have got good delivery, so it's just about getting on the end of things.
Bruno Guimaraes. And the pass is incomplete. Nicely won. Need to get tighter here. Trying his luck. A body in the way. Guimaraes. Murphy. Now there might be a chance as they keep it moving. And that's a shame for them, nothing doing. It's no great surprise who we've picked out to have a look at here. What are we expecting to see from him today, Sue?
Yeah, he's so efficient in front of goal. Whenever a chance comes his way, he at least tests the goalkeeper. The defence are going to have to remain focused for the full 90 minutes because he only needs one chance and he'll punish you.
Isak. Finds himself with space now. Options available in the middle. The approach play looked encouraging, but good defending to snuff out any threat. Nothing to split the sides, but this move is looking promising. Looking to put the cross in. Oh, could be a chance here. And it's on now. And the keeper more than equal to it. It's been delivered. But they could still do something here. The game brought to a halt. A free kick given for that. Bruno Guimaraes. Barnes. The pass was read and the ball has changed hands. Really nicely played. What can they do with this now? And possession given away. That took a touch on the way out. Throw in to come. Promising looking ball. And delivered into the middle. The goalkeeper ready for it. Really good stop. Position to cut out the pass. Nicely taken away. It's gone out for a throw. Murphy. He'll take this on. But the keeper saw it coming and saves easily. Neto. Murphy. Fernandez. Could get it over now. And it's not clear yet. And that one goes out and away. A little sloppy on the ball there. Lovely, incisive ball. But that will be offside.
Well, he can't hold on to the ball for that long. He has to see the pass earlier and give it.
Noni Madueke. Trying to carve out the angle. And that's where it ends. Isak. Now Tonali. Guimaraes. Isak. And that brings to a close the first half here at St. And the second half begins with the sides locked on level terms. Sandro Tonali. Burn. Now Tonali. Bruno Guimaraes. Dan Burn. Guimaraes. Jacob Murphy. Could be a chance! But it's only resulted in a fairly routine save. Gusto. Oh, that's not a good challenge at all. Card coming here, surely. Now, this might be promising. Crucial defending. Chelsea recovering possession well. Having a try. Well, he's struggled to get involved as much as he'd like so far. What are your thoughts, Sue?
Yeah, he needs to do more for me. He's been a bit off it. I think his movement can be better too. But I also think his teammates can find him quicker. He's certainly the key to them winning this game.
Kieran Trippier. Murphy. Bruno Guimaraes. Passing and the movement is good here. Trippier. Isak! And that is a quality bit of goalkeeping. Now there could be a chance to counter.
Well, they've certainly been positive in their play, haven't they? But for that really good save, they'd be in the lead now.
Oh, chance here. And the hard work pays off. They've won the ball. Decent chance. Brilliant work by the man in goal. That's a top stop. It's played in now. But they could still do something here. And the move has come to an end. Tino Livramento. Turnaround in possession. Excellent positioning. Promising looking attack. Oh, they were getting interested there, but not anymore. There's a chance for them to go now. Chelsea have possession again. Kieran Trippier. Jacob Murphy. Isak for the lead here. The referee points to the spot. Penalty. This for 1-0. And he does the job from the spot. And we're back underway at 1-0. Chalobah. Madueke. And the pass has been hit too hard. It's gone out for a throw. And that's not good. Given away from the throw. Fernandez. Gusto. Now to deliver a good ball in. This is a lovely spell of possession. Looking for the angle. They could level it here. Could be now. And it's in. The goal to get us back to level pegging. Kieran Trippier. Jacob Murphy. Joelinton. Livramento. Sandro Tonali. Joelinton. Bird. Now Tonali. Guimaraes. Tonali. Promising move this. A goal now would surely be the winner. Good work to regain possession. Gusto. Neto. Murphy. Now Trippier. Joelinton. Bruno Guimaraes. That's it. The ref brings a close to the action.
This is the kind of occasion we all relish as football fans. Non-stop hype all week long, and now for the action. The floodlights are beaming down on the players here at Stamford Bridge in West London. I'm Derek Ray, ready to bring you match commentary, and alongside me is Stuart Robson. And we've got Premier League action coming right up. It's Chelsea versus Nottingham Forest.
Well, this should be interesting today. I like the makeup of both teams. They really do have a good balance of attacking and defensive qualities. But the team that has the greater desire will probably come out on top.
And here's how Nottingham Forest will line up. Anthony Elanga plays with Callum Hudson-Odoi out wide. And up front, it's Chris Wood. Hudson-Odoi. Failure to keep the ball by Nottingham Forest. Morgan gives White. It's Callum Hudson-Odoi. Could be! And that's a straightforward stop. Palmer. That's a good pass. Just needs to stay calm. Oh, it was a fantastic opportunity to make it 1-0 right at the start of this contest.
Oh, what a chance to open the score in there. They have to do better than that.
And Forest doing well to regain possession. Has eyes for goal. Strong hand on that one. And that's a corner. Trying to deliver it accurately. And he was the picture of concentration following the corner. Nicolas Dominguez. Distributing it well. And both hands on it. Good goalkeeping. Wasn't a great piece of passing. Jackson on the ball. Moises Caicedo. Enzo Fernandez. Palmer. Madueke. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. He read the situation defensively and did his job. Chance to run at them. Gives White. Just couldn't get it through. In a position from which they could potentially do a bit of damage here. And it wasn't taxing for the keeper. Just the challenge that was required. Jackson on the ball. He has teammates around him. Superb block. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. Able to skip past his man. Anthony Elanga. Morgan gives White. Well, he had a lot of ground to cover. Splendid save. Well, an opportunity here for them to get their noses in front from the corner. But the keeper takes command. The clearance wasn't decisive. On a time for composure on the ball. Palmer. And Chelsea moving the ball forward. What can they do from here? Or can they exploit the space out wide? Hudson-Odoi. And Chelsea have given us away. Palmer with it. Wasteful from Chelsea. Hudson-Odoi. Will he finish? And a fine stop. Fernandez. Noni Madueke. Enzo Fernandez. Good work from Nottingham Forest to win it back. And no way to sugarcoat that one, Stuart.
Well, sometimes it's worth having a shot from distance, but he never really set himself to hit that cleanly.
Palmer. Noni Madueke. And Chelsea get the decision from the referee. Oh, that's a really good run. Well, his teammate got him out of trouble. And so the first half draws to a close. So the beginning of the second half here in West London. Effective challenge. More difficult for both sides to find any passing rhythm. Anderson. Nikola Milenkovic. Dominguez. And it's with Gibbs-White. Nicolas Dominguez. Morgan Gibbs-White. Nikola Milenkovic. Aina. Dominguez. Nikola Milenkovic. Elanga. Nicolas Dominguez. Aina. Read it superbly to take back possession. On attacking possibilities. Morgan Gibbs-White. Well, it looked highly promising, but they got nothing out of it. Now, who can he play it to? Must take the lead here. Oh, a vital piece of last-ditch defending. Pedro Neto. Oh, great vision. Has a go. Oh, a really crisp effort, but just wide. Decent-looking pass. Fernandez. Now relying very much on the passing game in a bid to take the lead. And the goalkeeper has outdone himself with that save. Who's going to get on the end of it? And they'll struggle to get it away properly. Element of risk there, but he's won the ball. Well, maybe a good position from which to counter. And that is offside. Using all his defensive acumen to cut it out. Williams. And played in. And quick thinking defensively. Really nice ball. Well, nearly shaving the crossbar with that powerful effort.
Well, just take a look at those stats. Forest aren't making enough of their good attacking play. They've missed far too many chances here.
Well, they need the ball once more. They know that full well. And the ball back with Nottingham Forest here. Oh, fancy footwork. Takes the shot. And a goal! Just when we wondered if this might finish 0-0. There it is. They're in front. Fernandez. Moises Caicedo. Cucurella. Gusto. Caicedo. A switch of play now. Fernandez. And into the last 15 minutes of action. He has time to play it over. Oh, that's splendid play. That is tackling of the highest order. That's a good ball. Firing it towards goal. And foiled only by the crossbar. And a decent save. Full credit. A corner then. And with time running out, they've got to ask questions. Not away completely. Well, nothing untoward happened. 10 minutes to go then. And a good take under duress there. Neto. The onus is on Chelsea to be positive with time running out. Aina. And he has options available. And Forest recovering possession well.
Well, they certainly haven't been at their best, but the Chelsea fans have been brilliant. Just listen to this noise. Can the players respond and find this equaliser?
Determined defending. Aina. Oh, breezing past him. Well, trying his luck from a long way out, but the keeper saw it all the way. There will be 1 minute added on at the end. Time is against Chelsea, but they can still battle back. Really fine piece of defending play to break it up. And so the referee blows for full time. aspirational teams, well capable of dazzling their fans. And a warm welcome on what is an ideal night for football, you've got to say. I'm Derek Ray, in position to bring you live match commentary. And my expert analyst, as always on these occasions, is Stuart Robson. And we've got Premier League action coming right up. It's Nottingham Forest up against Newcastle United.
Thanks, Derek. Well, both managers will be reminding their players of starting the game quickly, pinning the opposition back, playing the ball forward and regaining possession as quickly as possible. Hopefully we get a really good game here.
And the match is underway. And here's how Nottingham Forest will line up. Callum Hudson-Odoi plays with Anthony Elanga out wide. And up front, it's Chris Wood. So the starting 11 for Newcastle United. Nick Pope gets the nod between the posts. Bruno Guimaraes plays alongside Sandro Tonali in central midfield. And the striker today is Alexander Isak. Dominguez. Is it going to end up being productive for them? Pass after pass, keeping their opponents moving. Morgan Gibbs-White. Will it happen for them? Jacob Murphy. Outrageously skillful. Sandro Tonali. Giving it a try. Oh, that's a fine save. Let's see about the delivery. Oh, going for the bicycle kick special, and he didn't miss by much.
Well, what a goal that would have been. That was a brilliant bit of skill.
Hudson-Odoi. And the challenge halts them in their tracks. Good-looking move, this. Well, not so fast. Did well to make amends. Plenty of support here. Could be threatening. Well, deemed to be offside by the merest of margins.
Well, it's very close to being the perfectly timed run. But whether it's an inch or a yard, he's still offside.
Very quick thinking there. Joe Lincoln. Really good build-up, but no end product. He continues his run, but nothing comes of it. Good defending it was. Determination in the challenge. A throw in here. Crossing possibilities. From a long way out. Well, you've got to classify that as a poor attempt. A long way wide. Top class defending. Well, both sides guilty of giving the ball away. Morgan Gibbs-White. Moving the ball forward. How creative can they be? But nothing comes of it. Bruno Guimaraes. Jacob Murphy. And having a go! Well, we gave it the big build-up, but he didn't quite deliver on his promise. And nicely over the top. And playing it through. Nicely timed tackle. Sandro Tonali. Fine work from Newcastle to win back possession. Good weight on that pass. And I think, unfortunately for him, the less said about that attempt, the better.
Well, he had a lot of options there, but he's chosen the wrong one. That was a poor effort.
A good vision there. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. Harvey Barnes. Can he give them the lead? Just missing narrowly on the volley.
Well, it's a fantastic effort. Difficult technique, but he caught it so well. He's unfortunate.
And the ball back with Newcastle here. And it's with Isak. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. Has eyes for goal! Putting his body on the line. Will this corner bear fruit for them? Not all that convincing defensively. And possession lost, intercepted. What a brilliant pass. And he's in the clear. Full marks for trying it. Oh, it's a super save.
Well, he always looked in control of the situation. That's a top-class save. Well, Newcastle had so much of the ball in the last 15 minutes and created a hatful of chances. But when you're enjoying that amount of possession, you need to make it count.
Yes, it's so true. For once they find themselves in defensive mode. And that is how to beat your opponent. Good through ball. And he did well to cut it out. Well, goal kick, just as it was looking promising. That is that. Well, as they get the ball rolling again, interesting to see how this second half pans out. Fabian Schär. Guimaraes. Byrne. Trippier now. Bruno Guimaraes. Fine work from Nottingham Forest to win back possession. Dominguez. Byrne. Livramento. Bruno Guimaraes. Jacob Murphy. Moving the ball nicely, but can they forge ahead? Body in the way. Well, doesn't have to do it on his own. But quick thinking defensively. Trippier. Difficult to stop him. Now can he get on the end of this one? Joe Linton. Well, really didn't look all that confident with regard to the finish.
Well, it's an easy save for the keeper in the end, but that's a big opportunity missed.
Fruitful looking attack. That's eyes for goal. And it's in! 1-0. They've breached the defence. And the pass not finding its target. Murphy. Fabian Schär. Tino Livramento. Guimaraes. And the pass not quite accurate enough. And a throw in then. Murillo. Dominguez. Gives White. Determined defending. Tino Livramento. Able to skip past his man. Useful cross towards the near post. But keeper's ball. They'll be disappointed with that delivery. In behind for him to chase. And given away. Can he find the right pass? Long way out. They won't complain about having won the corner. And maybe an opportunity to increase their advantage. Well, it had a chance, but off the crossbar. And a goal kick. Guimaraes. It's with Joelinton. And there to intervene. Joelinton. It's got to be! And the keeper more than equal to the task. The keeper not thinking it through. Well, he made sure there was absolutely no way through. Pulls it back, and you've just witnessed a moment of truly high-class goalkeeping.
You're absolutely right. What a save that is. He's reacted so quickly.
Murphy. It's with Joelinton. Oh, beating his opponent with ease. But a good piece of tidying up. And out of play for a Forest throw. 10 minutes left for play. Options in the middle. Can they get in behind them? And nicely struck. Oh my goodness, what a strike! From so far out, absolutely sensational, unstoppable. Tino Livramento. Well, credit to him for the challenge, and the throw-in conceded. Well, the ball lost here. Jacob Murphy. Good through ball. Electing to shoot. What a block! And it took a little nick before it went over the touchline. So a throw in here. He'll have a go here! Well, the keeper kept it out with a minimum of fuss, but it wasn't a great effort. Ambitious effort. That's a routine take. Well, just 1 minute of time added on for stoppages here. And it's with Isaac. Let's fly here. They've got themselves back into it. A lifeline. And there goes the final whistle.